Hi everyone. How's the day? Welcome back to the bench. I'm Doofus. Hi. What's up, not a Fed? I'm gonna try to maybe get this going. Oh, I forgot batteries though. I did need to shoe glue it, the LEDs in the end, because I was told that they're brittle. If I can find a couple of batteries, maybe I'll set that up. One thing I do want to do today is talk about lines. I spent some time last evening with some of the guys here at the track and, showed some lines, ran some lines. And I thought I'd just bring that to stream too, right? The car stand and some Velcro would work for that time. Oh yeah, it probably would, right? That's a good idea. I think I have some Velcro. I know I have some Velcro. I don't know if I have it here. I do, actually. Yeah, if I could find those batteries, maybe I'll run out. Or if somebody else is out here and has a battery, we could do that. I'm charging a battery or two. Oh yeah, a couple worn out tires and wheels could work too. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I'm charging a couple batteries. I'm charging my leaf blower battery so I can go out and blow off the track. I'll go run and do that here in a minute. We'll do some little track maintenance. I wonder. Let me get up a new. Actually, how do I copy a layer? Copy layer style? No. I'm just making a little picture real quick, trying to. I'll have a be right back screen. I'm gonna put a track maintenance screen. I thought there was a way to like say. Oh right. Okay, hang on. Copy layer style. How do I paste layer style? Perfect. Right. Export that. Save a copy. This will be. Yeah, we're seeing wait. Wait. I don't want to save. I want to export. Quick export. Let's try that. Save. I have a BRB to let me make wrong. Maintenance screen. How about that? Now I just need to get the right source. Image. Add existing. Create new. Maintenance. Oh. Documents. Maintenance. Okay, how about that? Then I can go to the Be Right Back one, or the hat cam, or the bench. And I can do things like add in my face. And do screen capture for application. So we're going to use this and draw some lines today. So let me see where my battery is on my leaf blower. Looks like it's charged. All right, let me go and hose that off and come back. We'll do some stuff with some racing lines. Let's check now. So let me go do that, and that'll set us up for the day. And I'll be right back. All right, be right back. Might be some noise. All right. What is that noise? I have a creature in here? Oh, on the roof. Maybe there's a squirrel on the roof. All right. Enough track maintenance. I think there's a creature on my roof. One sec. Oh, no. It's Christmas lights. My kids got Christmas lights on the outside of the building, and the wind is blowing them. All right. So, today we're going to mess with racing lines. So, what can we do? First, let me cool this place down a little bit, some warm. After doing some work. Let's come on. No. There it goes. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. So, today what I was going to do lines. I thought we'd look at the track and see what I did, and maybe we can make some sense of what's a better line to take, or what's the ideal line. I think just with this view, you're starting to get some ideas of the second half of the track, but we'll start with the first. Let me see if I can make my mouse pointer a little bit bigger so you can see. Mouse on trackpad. How do you change the mouse options? No. How do you get the pointer size? Pointer size. Let's see. Yeah, maybe that'll work. You guys see that? Yeah, looks like it. So, I wonder if I can like draw on the screen. Maybe I can like snapshot it and bring it into something else and we can draw on it. But, so this is the front straight, double. A lot of times what I see guys do is try to run this straight in, hit the brakes hard, make a 90-degree turn and go. I don't think this is the ideal line. Don't treat the 90-degree turn like a 90-degree turn. What do I mean by that? On the next, as we go, you'll see my line, which is to go a little bit wide. And this is what I think is kind of my ideal line. I don't know if it is. I'm not, I'm still learning. We're still learning together. But I kind of go wide and then try to bring it in toward the pipe. So it's kind of like a mid-late apex kind of thing. They carry tons of speed down that straight. Air and slam it into the hill on an angle so that it comes like up this ramp on the side. If you go straight up this ramp, you'll probably get some air and you can't slow down in the air. You want to come across this face like this. So coming from the outside in across the face, you can go faster. You won't catch as much lift coming off of the top of it, and you can hug this pipe and keep it in tight. And I did not take that line there, but I did make it pretty smooth, right? Like you come up and then bring it around, and I still come out with a lot of speed. And then tap the brakes before you hit this lift, that right there, that ridge, and then get you set for the 180 at the corner there. Now, wonder if it makes sense to spend some time on apexes. What do you think? Yeah, let me go find a nice video. There is a great video I found on, it's basically Rally Driver showing as a Rally Driver on YouTube. I'm gonna see if I can find him and I'll just bring it in here. Since it's YouTube, right, it's fair use, which is nice. Yeah, here it is. I'll see if I can bring the audio too. I'll put a link in. I think this is the one. Yeah. So I'm gonna put this in chat and we'll watch it together. Let me see. Let's see, window capture. I want to get Chrome. Maybe? No, not that one. Hang on. Oh, where did my other window go? There we go. Fire. Oh, okay, because I made it like full screen. Ah, here we go. There we go. And I think I can get the audio in too. Let's see what happens.
Great fun. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Team O'Neill YouTube channel. My name is Drew. Today we're going to be talking about lines and apexes and car placement within the road. Let's get to it. A traditional apex line is probably the one that most people are the most familiar with. If you've ever done any driving fast on pavement, if you watch a lot of racing like Formula One, this is probably a line you're going to be very used to seeing. A traditional apex line is a pretty simple idea. It involves the car starting the turn out here on the outside of the road and turning in so that you're getting really, really tight to the inside of the road, right at the apex of the corner, so the most prominent point of the corner is where you're the tightest to the inside. And then you're using the whole road on the exit to let the car track out. So that is a traditional apex line. And in theory, within the confines of this,
I think for this, we'll call that mid, right? Traditional apex, so I'll call that like mid. We can go mid, early, late, right?
whiteboard, this is the fastest way to get through this corner, right? It's the straightest path through here, so in theory you can carry the most speed, and that's why, in a racing scenario, this is a line that a lot of people like to use. The problem with this line is you're using every available inch of the road, right? You're using everything you can in order to carry the most amount of speed, which is really, really good when you're driving on a racetrack and you know exactly what's coming up. But if you're in a rally, chances are you haven't seen the corner before. You have no idea what's coming up. So this idea of using every available inch of the road can get a little bit problematic if anything changes, which when you're driving in a rally, they do, right? Things change all the time. So you'll notice that this can get a little bit more problematic if all of a sudden there's a patch of ice on the road, like this. If there's a patch of ice on the road, now this line, which in theory can help me carry a lot of speed, now if I hit this patch of ice, I'm going to get pushed off the road and I'm not going to finish the turn in time, and I'm going to end up actually off of the road and potentially damaging my vehicle and potentially putting an end to my event.
So that's like mid, right? Let me find the next, and we'll look at early apex, and then we can kind of draw some lines on our map, right? Let's go.
Nickname for this here at Team O'Neill is the crash line. So as you can tell, it's probably not really one of our favorites. With that being said, it's always good to know what you're up against. So an early apex line is different from the traditional that we just talked about in the sense that instead of starting on the outside of the road, you're actually starting your turn with the car set up on the inside of the road. Now, one of the things you might remember if you've ever been here as a student, or if you do any rally driving, you drive a lot in slippery surfaces, it's really, really important to start your turns nice and early, right? Both to account for delay of input, stay ahead of things, all those different reasons. The problem is, if you're really tight to the inside, you can't start early because otherwise you're just going to drive off the road in the inside. So that means you have to wait to start the turn until you get past the physical apex of the corner. So by the time I get here, now I can start turning, and you're leaving all of your turning to the last possible minute, which, kind of like we talked about with the traditional apex line, doesn't leave us a lot of room for error. It actually leaves us less margin for error than the traditional in a lot of ways.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix.
The other problem with this too is because you're making this turn starting here, by the time you get here, you've been braking for a long time, slowing down. You're not going to have a lot of momentum exiting the corner. So the early apex line, you can be faster on the way in, which is why you might see it a little bit on TV, or if you've done any wheel-to-wheel racing, you might be a little bit more familiar with it. And let's take this patch of ice right here that we talked about with the traditional. If I'm here and I'm leaving all my turning to the last possible minute, I leave myself potentially, subjected to trying to get all this turning done with not a lot of grip. So that's a huge problem with the early apex line.
So that's one thing that, so we're showing ice in this video, right? Or he's showing ice in this video, but this could be low grip on the track, right? An area of low grip on the racetrack for us, in the off-road space.
Not least of which is visibility. I'm not really going to be able to see this patch of ice until I get into the corner, because if I
obviously visibility is not a problem for RC drivers.
add a little bit of scenery here, so let's say I add,
but you get the sense.
leave us in kind of precarious. The traditionally,
so late apex is probably the line I used most on tight corners in this track, and I'll kind of show you how I go. But so far, late apex seems to be like the fastest through a lot of the cuts here. So let's look at this one, and then we'll look at the video.
Apex line and the early apex line can oftentimes leave us in kind of precarious situations when we're driving around out here at Team O'Neill. So that tends to lead us to really preferring the late apex line for the sport of rally and the kind of driving that we do out here at the rally school. So the late apex line starts very similar to the traditional in the sense that you're starting out nice and wide, but the difference is you have to sacrifice a little bit of speed, but you're going to get the car rotated nice and early here. And where the car actually is going to get tight to the inside of the road is here, so a little bit past the apex, hence a late apex line. That's where the name comes from. There's a lot of benefits to this. Let's talk about this patch of ice first, right? So because I'm able to get the car straight here, I can glide over this patch of ice with my wheels straight, right? So I have a much better chance if there is change in grip, if I can have the car straighter earlier. A lot of times I can just kind of skate over any area that might not have as much grip. Typically better set up for it. Assuming that if I do hit this patch of ice, if it does push me out a little bit, if the car slides, by the time I get to some good grip, I'm only going to be about here in the middle of the road. So the late apex line, it leaves me a really, really nice buffer zone. If there's a sudden change in grip, maybe there's an animal standing in the road or a rock I need to avoid or something like that, I have all of this room here to make adjustments, right? It's really easy to let this car track out to the outside. It's a lot harder to bring these two cars in to make adjustments. The other thing with the late apex line is that if you look at all of these different lines here, the longest straightaway coming out of the corner would be with the late apex line.
Right.
All the way back here, this car has its wheels straight, the seams. So this car is going to be able to get on the gas nice and early and have a nice long straightaway. Versus both of these cars are still going to have to be keeping some weight in the nose and really kind of leaving some acceleration on the table until all the way out here. So although I'm a little...
So that's your lines, right? Your apex lines, right? So mid we'll call traditional, early and late. Let me flip back to video and go through, see what we can see. Let me go back and look at the chat. You guys have any questions so far? All that makes sense. Okay. So, yeah. So I liked the sort of traditional apex line at the start. Let me, Here we go. How far do I have to go? There we go. There we go. Right. Let me speed this up. All right. So let's see what we can do from here. So I come straight down the straight. I try to downside that. Try to keep it in the middle. Try to downside both of these. Keep it in the middle, and then swing out a little bit. And this is quite a traditional line, right? I guess that would be like your mid apex line here. Keep it out towards that pipe out there, right? So this is like come in, swing, cut in close to the pipe, go out, and then bring it back in. And I brought it back in too much there, it looks like. But then the idea is to come across this hill instead of going up it, come across it. And then you can rip down this straight and brake right before you hit that ledge. And then 180 stuff, pick a line, right? Whatever you think is fastest. For me, it tends to be one where I kind of late apex it, right? Where I come in tight, or I guess that's early rather. Early, come in this way, and then swing it out here. And you can catch a lot more speed going up this way. But then you do have to kind of bring it back in after you clear this. You got to come out to the right hand side because you want to do a sort of mid apex line right here. So from this pipe back to this pipe over here, you want to cut like right against the pipe. Let's see what I do. I got a little bit tight, but then draw it back and try to keep it in tight to the pipe. And then from here, you can actually let throttle handle how far out you go. You keep your steering cut a little bit, and then you can use your throttle to kind of adjust where the car is in the lane. Less throttle and it'll stay in tighter, more throttle and you'll get out towards the back. And then I just keep this wheel turned, like from here, from this point over here, I'll cut into here and I keep the wheel turned, and I wanna kind of make this into a big sweeper. Like, even though it's a straight, I don't want to drive it straight. I want to drive it so where I come in tight to this pipe and I drift out to that pipe and then drift back into this pipe. Just like that. And you can see how that line goes, and you can see how much speed you can carry there. So it's from outside into the pipe, then let it drift out while you're on the gas, and then let it come in. You can kind of let off. And this is all, about the same steering wheel turn, right? Through that whole thing. And then by the time you get to here, you're like a rocket ship, right? And you want to get down pretty fast. From here, I like the laid apex line because it gives me a good deal more run up to this double. And this double looks easier than it is, because you have to stop and bang like it's 270, something like that. How many degrees is that bend? It takes a lot of speed to get over this little gap, even though it looks little. In nitro, if I'm heavy on my tune, I definitely have to late apex this and give myself plenty of space to run up. If I've got a nice tune on, I can make it okay without late apexing. But that's an option always. In the case that, like, your battery's soft or your car's not getting up enough, come down here out to the pipe and then swing it in this way so that you have more track to run up, right? This lane's like 12 feet wide, so if 10 feet wide, whatever, that gives you an extra however many feet that you come across this way. One guy said use the line that takes the least steering possible to get around the corner. Yeah, then you have the most speed. That's right. Watching races, guys seem to drive different than full scale. Maybe it's the power available. So I think that's true, right? And that's kind of what I talked about on the other side, but we can look at it here too. So we come across, stick that, I carried too much speed there. Let me get back. And I'll show you right here what I mean when you talk about how RC guys don't sort of follow. So I spent a lot of time on this section right here last evening with some of the guys. What I see a lot of times is somebody will try to run this line in close to the pipe, brake hard, stick close to the pipe, and then accelerate down the straight, right? This is a terrible line. It's like fast, brake, and then now you're getting back on it and hoping that you have grip. You're right in saying that the least amount of steering to make the corner is the best. So my line, my try to line is like to hang out here off to the right when I get to this bump, bring it in towards the pipe here, and then again use throttle to control how much my car comes out to this pipe. And then I want to bring it back in towards the end, and I'll show you what it looks like. But yeah, many times, a lot of RC drivers will take this weird inside pipeline where they come down here, hit the brakes hard, and then try to make a 90-degree turn. And it's just not as fast as if you were to tail it out like this, right? So if I come down this tabletop, in close to that pipe, right? Now swing it out, close to the outside pipe there, and then start to bring it in towards the corner. And from here, you can control how far the car slides out on the straight by your throttle, and just leave a little bit of turn on the wheel. And I got straight there, so I didn't need to manage it with the throttle. But then you can see my line going in. I try to come in from like this area. I want to be out here, and then start to tail it in right there. And I want to come out to the middle of the whoops. I want to basically make this big turn. So I want to come in to the pipe, out to that pipe at the whoops, and then bring it back in for that corner. Like that. And then from here, this is kind of a you know, jump the little tabletop and just swing the rear around. Try not to get too heavy on the gas because you will lose your tail like I almost did there. But you do need a good deal of speed to make this gap. And from there, a similar sort of thing, right? Like I want to come in close to this pipe, let the car bring me out to here, and back here the pipes have dirt built up next to them, so it's actually like a little bit of a berm. You can get up close to that pipe and get quite a lot of traction and a lot of push back in. So if you get up close to this pipe, then tail it back into the middle and come down, that's the way. I did not do that there. I kind of got in the center of the lane, which slows me down actually, because there's a jump right here, or a bump. It's not a jump, but if you go straight up it, you get air and you don't have any control in the air. If you come across it, you'll get less liftoff, and that'll keep you more into the line. No. And then I try to do the same thing on this front. I try to come down the wide side on the pipe and tail it in over this tabletop. I don't always make it, but that's what I try to do. And with the idea that, like, even if I'm coming from the other side of the tabletop to this corner, I'm coming across it, and like, even if I catch air more than I expect, it's probably not going to come way out here, which is a possibility, right? If you got the wrong line here and the wrong speed, you can be over here in a heartbeat, upside down, right? Because you're up in the air and now you're gonna land this way and traction roll probably that way. And you can see how my car handles it there. So like I said, I try to come from that pipe on the side over into the inside of the line, but then the air pushes me out, but it only pushed me out, what, 5-6 feet, 5 feet maybe, and then I still have control to get on it to come into the front straight again. And I'll do the same thing here again, try to downside that. Ooh, what a save. What a save. Ooh. I just shorted it, and oh look, my front tires get over, my back does not, which kicks the back up. I mash the throttle and try to run it out, and saved. But yeah, and then so same thing, right? Traditional apex, out to the right, bring it back in, across that jump face, keep it low, run down the middle of the lane. Oh, I caught in the dust there. If you get, this is all dust out here, all dust, and if you get out here, yeah, it's easy to lose grip. I blew it off today, but it was really dusty previously. I like anything middle, slightly left here, because I want to try to bring it in this way. I want to jump off to the left-hand side of the ramp, but facing this in the pipe on the outside at the bottom of the dip. See if I do it here. A little bit. Again, you want to come across this face. This is the reason that I try to get over in this dip. I want to come across this face instead of driving up it. If I drive up it, the car will tend to lift. If you drive across it, you'll get less lift. You see how I lifted off right there? That's air. I'm airborne there. Now I'm down. So, but that, when you're in the air, you're slower. You have no traction, so you can't maneuver in the air hardly. You don't want to be there. The best thing to do here is, like I said, make it so you're in tight to this pipe, so you can come across this and make it kind of a larger sweeper. And that would be smoother. This was a little messy, but you can see me swing out, come back in for the corner, then we're on the gas, come down, make the little double. Oh, that was tight right there. I don't think I could do that again. Oh, I wiped out there. I got on the gas too early, too late. So if you get on the throttle too late, sometimes you'll wash out. Isn't that strange? You'd technically be better off cross jumping that back double after the 180, but in a race, it may not always work. You land set up to cut in by the pipe, drift out wide and jump the inside. Jump the inside. Cross jumping that back double after the 180. Let's go look at that. Yeah, oh, you mean this one over here. So when you come down this way, you mean cross jumping this. Yeah, I mean, you come out wide and then tail it across, so you're into the pipe. That could work. I'll have to try that today. I'll hang it out and then turn it in so I'm jumping across that corner. Is that kind of what you're thinking? Let's get there. Yeah, here I'm using the throttle to control my drift. I did hit the brake there, which is not common. Sometimes if I carry too much speed, I'll tap the brake to go into there because otherwise your traction roll. So you're saying here, I should swing out wide. Oh, look, I did it here, actually. Look. I mean, I didn't finish it well. I got out too wide because I guess I shorted it a little bit, it looks like. Yeah, I shorted it a little bit. But the line, I think, is the right line, right? So it's like center right of the lane, facing the corner, and then I just shorted it. And if I didn't short it, I probably would have been okay right there. Yeah, shorting it kind of made the car nervous, and then I had to straighten her out. And then hang out wide, bring it back in. Yeah, mid apex, nice and wide. That's so fast. And then slam that face, turn up it, and try not to catch any air. I did a little bit there. Bring it down. Brake. I only tap the brakes there. I tap the brakes into that face right there. And then I do not tap the brakes again. I let the car drift out and I kind of control the location of the car with the throttle. Now look, I shorted that one and I got nervous and into the pipe, but that's kind of where I want to be, out there to that pipe. I didn't do a very good job there because the car was very nervous, but then I brake to sort of traditional apex and bring it in towards the corner. The same thing here, kind of run it towards the corner. And then this one, we can start up towards the top and bring it in close, which I did messy there, but we got it recovered. And then I almost got the pipe. How about that? Yeah, that was a little messy, but it seems to have got the job done. Oh, that was a pipe messed me up there. I got into it. Huh. Yeah, that was messy too. Let's see what I do this lap. Nice. So one of the things that's kind of cool is on this layout, right? You can see there's a little bit of a lift right after this double, right here, and it's this, again, if you're gonna get a little air off of it, right? You can see my car lifts a little right there, but I've got the steering wheel turned in the air so that when it hits, I could start tracking. See there, like, so I'm lifted, on the ground there. Now I'm turning, ready to go on that corner, and that's a fast line. And then we come across the face of that jump, or that ramp, whatever you want to call that. And yeah. Yeah, I gotta try that. Oh, I can unpin that. Let me take a step away really quick, a restroom break, and when I come back, we'll look a little bit more. All right, we're back. Yeah, that's why you need a truggy. It makes a difference. Let's see what else we can learn. I would appreciate some more suggestions in chat, please, because I think that there's probably a better way to get around some of this stuff than I am. Like, what's the best line through here? It's probably be out at the pipe, bring it in, bring out at this pipe, bring it into this pipe, and then back out to this pipe, right? Maybe, but it gotta stay inside that pipe there. So what's the line? That's probably fastest to come from this pipe down this way, swing it out, but then leave that jump face facing the inside. So jump across this gap. So we're now on the right side. That would probably be faster. I have the finish of that, right? So from here out, I think I'm okay. Like, I think that's probably the line from the corner out, except for that short. But up to it, I should probably be further out here coming in, right? That's probably faster. So I need to like track down that pipe and bring it across. Does that make sense? I recollect clipping pipes. Technically, yes, but you also have to not leave an opening in tight races. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, this is just me on the track. Obviously, when there's other cars, it's a little bit different. Yeah, look, I got way up on the, yeah, that was messy, but it's still an okay line. I just get it started a little bit later than I should. Like I should start this turn here and start tailing into it so I don't get airborne coming off of that lip. But I did right there. I got airborne, then come down and then cut. And that's slower because I have to correct, right? Like I've got to brake and turn. But I like that line though, to come out to this pipe, hug in close to this corner, swing out to this pipe, and then bring it back in for coming across that one. Actually, I think that might be the best line right there. Like that's fast. I can come out wide, get out close to this pipe, and jump across like that. And now I'm already lined up for this corner. That's nice. I'm gonna keep trying to do that. But then I carried too much speed. I should have hit the brakes a little bit harder, maybe, because that would have kept me from drifting out here. I don't really want to be out here. I want to be more in here so I can jump to that corner. Because that, yeah, well, now I'm in the pipe, up in the air. It's still recovery. That was probably pretty fast, but it's definitely cheaty. And it also put me in too close to the pipe going over the tabletop. I prefer to be out towards the backside of it. Oh, which you see I correct, right? I got the car going this way. So I can make that turn fast. Oh, that was a good correction. That was a late entry. I should have gotten on in that turn faster. Same there. And I hate to head straight down the whoops, and that was a mistake. Like I said, I want to swing it out across the whoops and then bring it back in. It's like a big sweeper. There's no need to treat that section like a straight, even though it has whoops in it. Let's see if I can cut this one in. Oh, there you go. Not a fed. How about that one? That little bit looking a little bit better. So for that, looks like I got a good line here. It carried a ton of speed out, which is fine, because I can bring that back in across the jump face like that, close to the pipe. And then I can drift back out and come back in across that face. Oh, that's beautiful. Scream down there, outside, bring it in. Try not to get the car too nervous, and across the line. See how I do this one. Traditional. Nice and fast. And then up the hill. Yeah, I went straight up that one, so I had to brake pretty hard. That's not good. And so what I should do here is go out. Ooh, no, not quite. So I need to hang that out further. I need to come across this jump like that, I think. I can finish it like this, as long as I make, yeah. Now I'm out to the outside where I want. I'm starting to cut in, but not early enough, so I got air, but still able to bring it in. So I need to clean that up too. No air needs to happen right here. I do not need to leave the ground. If I start to turn this in here towards this pipe, I should cut across the face of that and not get up in the air. And the same thing, keep the same, oh, now it was a little bit loose there, but not too bad. Now, what do we do? That was loose, but I cut it across, bring it back, just a little bit too fast. And I try to, oh, I messed that up. Wow, I messed that up. But still on it. No, it's not my fastest down that straight. See how I drift out towards the pipe and bring it back in towards the corner. So middle of the lane, bring it in tight. Middle of the lane is probably the way to go, and then tail it in towards the corner pipe. Now I didn't jump in tight there, but I should have. No, it looks like maybe the hat cam dropped out there. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is the line for there, and then I just needed to bring that in closer to the pipe. That was a mistake. But you can see where, I don't know if you can see in the video, but I'm out close to this pipe, and I cut across this face into this pipe and try not to get any air. Oh, I had too much speed and I hit the wall. But still not terrible. little late apex action. Still fast. That was terrible. I carried way more speed than I expected because because of what I did at the turn. So I carry more speed flying up this hill than I expect. Don't brake hard enough and blow it. And then I gotta bring it all the way back in messy. But it goes to show you that that line is fast. Late apex, boom. Now we're in. Am I coming across the face a little bit? Yeah. Still got air, but it was just a touch. Maybe a couple of feet, right? So boom, 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 right there, down. And we're off. Tail it out to the pipe, bring it back in. Rip down. Little early apex, but I didn't bring it back tight enough. However, I get it clean here, right? Yeah. Swing a little outside, a lot outside. I love that. Got it in a little too early there. Yeah, a little nervous there. Okay. So, what happens here? I get on it. I land pretty well nose down. I hit the brakes, I guess. Right? And then the car gets a little nervous. And I get on the throttle and lose the tail a little bit. And pull into the pipe, which redirects me off. And did I recover any of that? Oh yeah, pretty well actually. I always try to downside both of these things because I feel like your car is much faster on the ground than it is in the air. So I always let off when I come into this so that it throws the nose down and the car comes off more flat and not in the air. With the idea being that it keeps me lower to the ground. I can downside that. I can be on the gas here, right? Making speed. Let off right about here. And then the nose comes down. I launch nice and flat. Downside this one, and I can be on the throttle again. And then we just need to make that turn nice and fast. Come across the face, got a little lift, but not bad. Now we're out in the middle, actually. Maybe that's the fast line. Yeah, look how I did that. Yeah. So that was like middle, kind of bring it out, and then bring it out to the left-hand side of this lane, and then tail it back in towards the right. So you see, I'm going to drift out left. I'm still turned to the right. And I'm going to land right of the center of that next lane. And I should already have my wheels turned left. Right here. Yeah. I still got a little lift there. But my wheels are still turned left. And now I'm turning. And now I'm on the gas. And now I'm maybe letting off a little bit to bring it back in and run it down Let's see where we go from here. Center, and it looks like we're jumping in towards the turn. Yeah, look at that. That's actually a great line, I think. I don't have any notes. Traditional, but tight at the end so that we get in close to the pipe. Run it up in close to that pipe-ish. I could have done that better. In close to that pipe, out close to that pipe, and then bring it in. Yeah. Oh, too much steering there. That's okay. Could have done that better. Then we drift out to the outside pipe, bring it back in for the corner, and do the same thing. See what happens here. We get nice, and then we jump toward the left to get close to the corner. Yeah, ish. I could do that better too. And then coming up that lift. And then bring it back in towards the pipe. So we don't get thrown out too far, and back to the line. Now what did I do there? I got a little squirrely. In towards the pit lane and shorted the moves. And then my car was all nervous and I had to try to make something happen. So what did we learn there? So I got messy coming up to the entrance of this jump. Oh, I got a little bit turned to the right. So I came off facing a little bit to the right, and I must have stayed on the throttle because I didn't think I was going to make it. Yeah. Which landed me on my rear wheels, pointed towards pit lane in the wall. So that I recover it to get it straight, but I didn't have enough power to clear, and then so I smacked the face of the lander, throws my car up, and now it's all nervous, right? Shaking. It doesn't know what to do, and I'm trying to get it to steer. So now I'm making it more nervous going up this lip, giving the steer to the right, giving the steer to the left, nervous. And then I let off the throttle a little bit to get grip back, and we're off. But that was not fast. There was nothing fast about any of that. Not that either. I basically ran straight up that lip and it put me way back out into the back. This one was nice and tight, but slow. Shorted it. Yep. That was not the one this lap. Did I get that cut back in? Yeah, not quite tight enough, but pretty well. That was a little bit too loose. I'm gonna get on the pipe, but make it work. That's more like my ideal. That's more like my ideal line through here. It's about making the car turn. You can see how my wheels are turned. I'm kind of facing this way. My car is not turning as much as my wheels are turned, and I'm controlling how far the car comes out this way by how much gas I give it. See, I'm still turned, and I'm going straight because that's how much throttle I gave it while I was turned. And then when I'm letting off the throttle as I come in towards this pipe a little bit. Now I'm maybe at half throttle. And I try to give some inputs through the whoops because otherwise it's easy to get upside down. So I try to feather the throttle through the whoops. And buggy, it's harder than truck. Truck can just skate through there. I like that line right there as long as I can pull it in tight to the pipe. No. No, I made a mess of that. That was a wreck. Upside down. No, I didn't have to go down and get it though. See if we can get on the lander. Yeah. Nice and flat. Lander. Yeah. Traditional. That was fast. Let's see, what do I do here? Down the middle right hand side of the lane. Oh, can't turn in the air. Pretty cool. Recollect me technically has been. Yeah, important not to leave an opening in tight races. Not always a thing. Let's see if you can hear what I'm doing with my throttle as I'm going around those turns. No, it sounds like off. You can't really hear it. Oh shit. Oh, that was messy. Cool. A whip. That means I have to know how to whip. I don't really know if I know how to do that. I do it by accident sometimes. Let me see. You can see where I do it by accident sometimes. Let's see. Oh, maybe. Did I do it while I was standing down there? Let's see. This might be a great example. That looks so funny. It's so funny watching the car drive backwards. Oh, that was terrible. That's probably not the one. Yeah, no, that's not the one. Let's see. Where are we? Up there. I get upside down. Why didn't I drive over there? No, I won't do. Maybe here. No, that was terrible. There's probably one where I was on the ground and I ran it that way. Let's try here. Oof, that's all over the place. No. I thought maybe I was standing right there. Mm-mm. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, that's my whip. That's all the whip I got, my friend. And it's entirely by accident. I wish I could do that while I'm trying. It's turn, turn, and then keep the wheels turn. Yeah, that's the best I have. The best whip I got. The accidental whip. Look at that. It'd be beautiful if it wasn't messy. Yeah, I end up whipping there all the time, purely by accident. So maybe I need to try to do that on the other side too, huh? Let's see, where are we? Oof. Nope. Wasn't it either. It's hard to drive from the ground while you're standing right down there. I always try to do it to try to learn what the car does while I'm near it and I can see it. Um, like I want to see the behavior of the car. Let's see what we do here. Come out wide, nice and wide, nice and tight, and yeah, there's a whip a little bit by accident. A little whip by accident there too. Rip down the straight. Bring it in. I like this angle. See how out wide on the whoops. Bring it back in towards the corner, even though that was messy. You can see what I'm trying to do. So yeah, I need to be right there to leave, but I need to be turned in toward the pipe more because you see what happens here? I'm coming up, and I'm going straight up it, and when I land, you see the car slaps and gets nervous. Boom. Now, you see the nose is above the ground. I can't steer from here. It's still above the ground. Now it settles. And now I'm turning, but it's too late. I should have been out here, or rather in here. Instead, I'm out here. I should have been over here. And then, oh, what a mess that was, right? Because from here, I don't want to be facing this way. I want to be swinging this out still. Like I want to come out and across this. Like I want to come across this face so I don't leave the ground. If I go straight up this face, I'm going to leave the ground. If I come across this face, better. And so I set myself up badly here because now I'm pointed towards the pipe inside already, and I don't want to be there yet. So I have to correct, throw myself back out, you see. I'm facing in, and I throw the car back out, so now I can get going this way, but then I need to bring it back in and hope for the best. I still lift off, you see. So that's what I'm trying to do there, right? Like, I'm not trying to do what I did. I'm trying to sweep here and then across there. I kind of did it, but it was all correction and it was not smooth. Yeah. Fast guys doing it. Yeah, fast guys. I spent a lot of time whipping. I'm not good enough yet. I'm not good enough yet. How about that? Practice. Yeah. I can go now and practice. Yesterday, if you hung out with us, I ran nitro truck a bunch. I got that thing pretty well dialed in. Got myself dialed in pretty well with the power delivery. It was nice. I think we spent about two and a half hours, something like that, running nitro truck. That was nice. I had a nice race on the weekend. And in nitro truck, I got a bad start, so I wasn't really racing. I was just driving. And last place was, going to be fine for that. But I had some good laps, which let me know that, I could be good in the nitro truck, which let me know that I needed to spend some more time practicing with it. So we did. I ran, I think, about 10 tanks through it yesterday, I would guess. Yeah. That truck's awesome. It's in good shape now. I have it set up just like my electric. We did that on stream. It still drives a little bit different, but only because of the power delivery, right? The electric is just peppier. Nitro is a little bit slower on the spool up. How is stream today? Any good quality wise? Is it looking okay? Sounding okay? Everything's working? I'm gonna go and run to the restroom again, and then I'm gonna put a pack in this truck. And we'll get some laps. Let me put my transponders away so I don't mix them up. Like I said, I'll see if I can remember to bring a battery for these tomorrow, or see if I can find somebody today. There's nobody here today yet. I don't know if anybody will show up today. Usually Tuesdays get some, you get like Reggie to show up or something like that, but nobody here yet today. I think that Santos and Reggie are gearing up for Tico Challenge, which I think is, no, is it next weekend? This weekend? I can't recall. Unfortunately, I won't make that one. Partly because I'm afraid to leave the country. These guys won't let me back in. All right, I'll be right back, and we'll go and get some laps. I'll put my truck in. All right, be right back. All right, sorry about that. I think that from here, what I'll do is take this thing out. I'll put up the hat cam, and I'll go out to that little double up to the back and stay on the ground, and we just run it over, and like we were talking about, I don't know, just kind of go over and over that section and see if we can get it right. And do it from the ground so we can see what the car is doing, and yeah. Let me get set up, and then we'll go practice and line on the track. We'll see what we can learn on the track. And I'll bring hat cam, and we can learn together. Let's see if I can get this set up. Yeah. All right. Everything gonna work? Looks like it. Switch to hack cam. Got it? Looks like we got it. Yeah. Let's try. See what we can learn. We'll start over here. off. One of those exhaust brackets. How do these work? I'm gonna look at it when we get back. And we'll fix this guy. How do you like my antenna set up there? That sucks. Oops. Ooh, that fan's broke. It's missing a blade. Oh well. I found this on the track. I think it's an exhaust bracket for a nitro, but I have to look at it and see. Hang on a sec, let me put my hat cam back on charge, and then we'll fix this guy. Power off, power off. All right. Hat cam needs a charge. And it's probably going to try to connect to the internet for whatever reason. Cancel. Yeah, okay. I don't know how this works. Do I have an extra pipe laying around here? I do. This goes over the button, I think. But how does this work? Who knows, fam? Oh, does that? So this thing sits on the spring, is that right? And then this hole goes through the, I see. That's pretty clever. Might have to try that out. Yeah, we might have to try one of those out. I never tried one before. I just found this one. The J&T, if one of y'all lost the J&T exhaust mount out here at Thornhill, come see me. Happy to give it back. Somebody definitely lost that. All right, what did we break? Screw. The screw broke. Look at that. That means the screw's still in the standoff. That's problematic. That probably means we need a new standoff. Let's find a new standoff. Yeah, that screw is snapped off in the end. That sucks. If I care, I will probably try to get that out of there at some point. But for now, not a big deal. Hey, I was looking for these yesterday. I did have one orange O-ring for the diffs. Finding my standoffs. And these are +0, same as what's on there. And gonna need a good screw to run through there. Might be this one. No, that'll go on the other side. This shock tower has seen better days. I'm gonna put some thread lock in here. Why do I hear noise? Is there somebody here? I'm just setting it on and back off. I just want to make sure the Loctite gets everywhere. If you know, you know. All right. Back in business. Just that fast. That nut does not want to thread on there. Maybe it needs to be replaced. I got a freshie. Maybe that nut was cross-threaded. The old one. This one's better. Let me see. I think I hear some people milling around. Let me see what's going on. No, I don't see nobody. They fooled me. Fooled me. So, what do we see out there? Why do I keep losing standoffs in that corner? Yeah. Just saw a track like that. Bet the buggy was easy. Video is good, but no audio. JWRC, what's up, man? Going good over here. How about you? Yeah, I keep losing standoffs in that corner. I lost them 3 times yesterday in Nitro Truck. But they just came undone, right? They just came unscrewed. That's why I put some extra Loctite on there and made sure that it was slathered all over the threads to make sure that that one doesn't loosen itself. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Right there, that was just like blind flying. Like I put it into a corner without being able to see, and sort of jump at myself, and I turned it too hard and it just went over hard. That's what I guess. What I get, I guess. But yeah, that corner, I like to lose standoffs for whatever reason. Let me put another pack in. I'll try it again. Oh look, this one's loose too. See that? Maybe I need to get some Loctite on that one. Some more. Like I said, I'll give it a little bit of running in, running out. Make sure that stuff gets slathered everywhere. Hopefully, this one will stay. So there was no audio out there, huh? Okay. Today we're fooling with lines. We kind of ran through some old video and kind of pointed out some lines and made some guesses at what might be good lines, and then we're kind of practicing on the track, trying to see up close what those lines kind of look like and if they're serviceable for us. I don't know what happens with audio when I go out there. So I'm talking, but you guys can't hear me. How did the tires do when I rotated them? About the same. I didn't notice any difference, to be honest with you. They were, yeah, it was roughly the same. I didn't feel much different. I still have those tires on my nitro truck, actually. Here. How about these? I haven't cleaned it, but you can see what state they're in now. I ran these about 3 hours yesterday. Yeah. Pretty shredded. They still feel good. I'd still drive them. No. Making a mess over here. Yeah, they're good. Oh man, can you just use the camera audio? I could try. I can try. I can just switch it. Certainly. Yeah, I mean, dude, I'll run Baldies all day long out here. I've talked about it a bunch. I like bald tires on this track. When I go out in a minute, I'll put my hat cam on and I'll get up close. Maybe I'll lean down a little bit and you guys can kind of see what the surface looks like. Yeah, let me try it. Let me see if I can use hat cam audio instead of my mic. And maybe you'll be able to hear better everything. It's worth a shot. Can't make any promises. Turn on the hat. That's totally a thing I can do. I can just take the audio from the GoPro on the stream. I mute it for now because sometimes it like overlaps. But I'll just try it raw this time. I'll turn off this mic and turn on the other one. Set up. Got it. Go. All right. Let me do this. I'll try to switch it and switch the mics. I'm gonna follow your instructions. And like I said, I'll try to show the Can you hear me? Let's try it. Let's try it. I'll take this and take this and see what happens. Wish us luck. Looks like there's some audio. So you guys can kind of see over there what the track looks like. It's nice and shiny in some spots. Yeah, you can see what the surface looks like. You can see kind of the dust there, and how it gets a little shine on it. That's the groove. Let's see. Can we work? Ew. Uh-oh. Ooh. Hey, that was bad. All right. Wow. There you go. Oops. Huh. That was trash. How do I whip? I don't know how to whip. Bam. Get over there. No. What's the way? Oh, I need to turn it out first. Is that what's up? Yeah, okay. Nah. How do I get it to like... So it's like turn out and back in? Kinda? He doesn't want to whip. No. What's the way? I can do it over here. Without trying too hard. drop to there. Looks like we're back. Oops. Oh yeah. Okay, so if I get it too aggressive, it gets too much grip and then it snaps all the way left. Very interesting. One more lap. Got out. Ooh, that was messy. All right. How did that work? I know it cut out, but I know it cut out, but I think not bad, right? Tell me. Tell me. It's good. What did we learn? I can't whip. Not in truck. I guess maybe buggy would be better. I can't whip in a truck. Is that like a universal thing? Can nobody whip in a truck? Shut off the hat. So what did you see? I know it cut out, but you saw something, right? What did you see? What did you see? Let's grab a soda. Today is HEB Original Cola. Nothing too exciting. It's pretty good. Pretty tasty. I'm just gonna mix it in with what's left of my Dr. Pepper from breakfast. Yeah, I had Dr. Pepper for breakfast. What's the word? Probably need some throttle. The tires are slowing down in the air off throttle. Explain. I wonder. No. It'd be cool if I could like rewatch this video, like the stream that we're doing right now, but it doesn't look like I can do that. Looks like the line isn't as important with Truggy, it just goes. Yeah, right? I don't know, I can't whip at all unless it was an accident. Yeah, see, that's me too, right? I showed on video, like me whipping by accident. Let me see if I can find that again. I'll play it back. I whip on accident in the middle all the time. Like, where was the video from earlier when I showed it up close? Let me find it again and I'll put it back on stream. That is interesting. I was down on the ground with the hat cam and like I was down on the track. Here, maybe. One sec, and I'll bring it in actually. Let's see if I do it here. Nah, not really. Let's see if I can get the last one. No, I didn't do it there either. Not there either. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it. I definitely do it like right in front of the camera, right? Maybe here. Yeah, look at that. It's deep, but it was deep into the corner. But that's my accidental whip. Just too much speed. And I probably accidentally whip over the tabletop too. Nah, just a hair. I should though. I do like that line right there. Yeah. Yeah, I accidentally whip. I'm getting a lot of buffering. Actually, I have really good service today. I bought a new antenna for my Wi-Fi adapter and put it outside of the building. It's not a permanent solution yet, but like I have great throughput right now. It looks like I'm, up about 6 megabits a second uploading, which is fabulous. 6.5, 7 megabits a second. I've only lost 1% of all frames since we started streaming. Well, when? 2.5 hours ago. So far so good today, actually, on stream. I believe it could be wrong, but I think throttle would help. It might help. I don't apply a lot of throttle in the air except to get the nose where I want it to be. You know, the pitch of the car, front and back. I don't know much about whipping and how to make all that stuff work. Maybe it's like a let off right at the lip and then have a turn. I do not run drag brake. So drag brake would be what I was just saying, right? Like if I let off right at the lip, then drag brake would probably grab it and pull the front down. Maybe that would give it some more in-air steering, we'll call it, right? No, I don't, but I don't run drag brake in any case, or coast for that matter. No forward or reverse there. The speedo and the motor do drag a little bit. When you let off the throttle, what's cool about the speedo is that you can see everything right when you turn it on the display. And what's nice is that like when you mash the throttle, you can see what the current output is on the display, right? And when you let off of the throttle, you can actually see it regenerate, like from the wheels spinning. So it goes from, you know, minus to plus or from plus to minus, whichever it goes. So brake actually regenerates power for the battery too. It's not much, but there is regen that happens on braking and just letting off the throttle. So some drag from the motor and the speed controller. So it's not, I don't have drag brake enabled, but there is some drag for sure. You could brake that with coast. You just put like 1% of coast, and that would probably eliminate that drag. But yeah, I don't run drag brake, but there is a little bit of drag from the electronics. I could turn coast on, like just turn coast on to 1%. The only thing I don't like about coast is if you let off, you kind of have to apply the brake in order to stop coast from happening. And I often forget that step. Turn down the dual rate so when you stab the brake, it doesn't want to just stop on a dime. The brake comes in slower. That's a good idea. For me, I actually turn my brakes way down on the speedo and on my radio. I don't like a lot of brakes. I like enough brakes to be able to go down the track, hit the brakes, and have weight transfer. And that's really the most of what I'm looking for on brakes. Just to get a little bit of slowdown, and I want the weight transfer forward, and that's really all I'm driving for. If I have a heavier brake, I end up like you're talking about, like stoppies, right? I don't ever want a stoppie, and so if I turn my brakes way down, I can't stop on a dime ever, but I don't want to ever, and I typically just use brake for that weight transfer, so I can get the weight down to the nose and get steering and that kind of stuff. That's usually how I go. I don't like to dart into anything and brake hard and all that kind of stuff like that. It makes the car nervous. You get into it like this, then you steer when you're on brake. You throw the car and make it all nervous, and it just gets messy. It's easier to drive when the car is calm. So I like to throw just a little bit of brakes, you know, enough to initiate weight transfer, and that's really it. Let me see what I run. Hang on, I gotta put a battery in to see. I'll tell you where I am. You might even be able to see. Actually, let me see if I can move the camera down and you can see the speedo. We'll try it. Perhaps. Because it has a nice display on it. Let me make sure the wires are out of the way. How about that? Let me bring the camera down. Did I like aim perfect the first time? No. How about that? Is that gonna focus for us? I need to take these wires out of the way, because it really needs to focus down here. How do I get that to focus there? Is it like the center? It's really these wires that are throwing off the focus for the camera. And then my fingers are not helping anything either. Anyway, let's try it. So here's my throttle. Can you see that? Let's back it off a little bit. How can I force it to focus there? be really nice if I could get like I can't make it focus. Maybe I can get close with that, and I can zoom it. Different, no, that won't do. Nah. But anyway, if I go to brake, I have min 10%, max 80%, and no drag. So 80% on the speedo, all right? And on the radio, oh, I should have looked at the PWM frequency too, but on the radio, I've got only 32% on brake. So 80% on the speedo, 32% on the radio. Yeah, pretty soft brakes. And I think PWM frequency is like 4K. My buddy has been trying to teach me how to run without any brakes at all. That is great practice. This track and other layouts, you could drive the whole thing almost without a brake. You could, you know, as long as you modulated your throttle input, you could drive it almost the whole track without brake, maybe one turn at the end of the straight. That was it. Yeah, that's great practice to drive without a brake at all. Absolutely. And keep your tail behind you all the time. Like try not to wash out. You want to take nice, smooth lines, and then sort of add speed as you go. You know, you start off kind of slow. You don't worry about lap times, right? Just drive around, try to make sure that you're not hitting the brake, and, you know, modulate your throttle appropriately. And you'll find that, like, just turning into, you know, making turns, right, will slow your car down without a brake. I noticed my nitro truck yesterday, that one corner on the right-hand side of the track, when you come down, my car would almost stop right at the corner, and not from brake, just from having the wheels cut. And I had to get on the throttle earlier because the car would, you know, it just stopped, almost stopped dead on the corner, just from having it turned hard into a 180 with no, you know, power input. So yeah, driving around without a brake is quality practice. I used to drive more like I would drive without a brake. Lately, as I've been getting into better lines, I've been carrying more speed everywhere, and I have to brake because, like, the lines help me carry more speed into, like, the next corner. So braking becomes a need if you can get fast enough on the right lines. But yeah, start off going without brake, and if you get around without brake at all, then add it in, you know, at the end of a straight, And then as you get faster and faster, you can add it in where you need to, but only where you need to. I like, let me go back to my video and I'll show you. Let's see, this line. Yeah, you can see my car turned. It's turned and I'm controlling where it finishes in the lane by how much throttle input I give it, right? So it's turned here, and what this means for me is like I got tons of speed down the straight, and usually I don't brake here. Only if I carry way more speed than I'm expecting will I brake, like right there maybe, to make that weight, just to get the weight transfer. Not to slow down a whole lot, just to make sure that I got weight on the front tires. If I don't tap the brake right there and I'm carrying too much speed, it will traction roll. The back will catch and it'll turn over. But but it's just a tap right there, right? It's like to go from so it's rip. Just tap the brake and turn in. And like I said, just to initiate weight transfer. So that's how I do my brakes. Nice and soft, nothing heavy, just to get weight moving to the front tires so I can steer better. Every now and again I'll use a brake on a jump face. Not very often though, and not in this layout. Sometimes you can scream into a jump face and tap the brake like right before you leave, and it'll throw the front end of the car down and you'll leave nice and flat and low. But I don't feel the need to do that anywhere here. Maybe the front straight, but it's too inconsistent for me. The front doubles. These hey. Let me show you. Be here. Yeah, so like on this run up, you could pin it hard right here and then slam the brake right there, and that would get the same trajectory nice and low, right? Like I want my car to stay beneath pit lane. If it gets up above here, it's taken too long to make that jump. I want it to come out nice and low and stay underneath of here. Like that. Nice and low. And I let off, instead of hit brake. So I let off there, and that lets the front come down, and then that weight stays low, car stays low, and I can almost land on the lander here instead of get the car all nervous. Like you see, if I would have landed a little bit shorter, I would have had a better time. You can see when I land, I slap a little bit, and you can see the front bounce up. And so the car's nervous here, and I'm still on the throttle, but I'm not getting all the grip that I could because the car's still a little bit shaky, right? But then it gets cleaned up as I head up this hill and gravity starts to pull me back down. Then the same thing, let off right here and try to keep that trajectory nice and low, nose down, so I come in and land on the lander on the other side. You're faster on the ground than you are in the air. Yeah, just letting off and transfer weight. That's my take. Every now and again, is there anywhere I hit the brake for making a jump? I don't think so. I don't think there's anywhere on this track that I do that, actually. Sometimes I'll brake in the air to throw the nose down, but that's only if I get the takeoff screwy. Like, yeah, I don't brake on this one. A lot of times I don't even let off on that one. Maybe I should. And I don't brake on this one. Ooh, I made a mess there. Tapped the pipe on the tail and that threw me all kind of screwy. Obviously didn't brake there, that was a mistake. Let off there for that jump. I let off there and let off there. Usually on those bumps, I'll let off twice. So it's like flip it, let off, flip it, let off, and then pin it to get around. There, that was messy, but you get the idea. Out to the pipe and bring it back in. Buggy's a mess. Oh, that was messy too. Yeah. What else can I show you? Hmm? Let me step away to the restroom, and I'll be right back. And then maybe we can go out and run this pack. All right, I'm back. Yeah, let's go out and give this thing a run. I'll go up on the stand this time. And we'll just turn some laps since we didn't do that yet today. Gonna need the camera. Enable. Yep. And set up the stream. Set up. Got it. Go. All right. Now we switch it from software. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe not. Don't forget to swap audio. You think I should do that? Okay. I can do that. Swap audio. Swap audio. Swapped. I can't make any promises, but it's swapped. All right. See how this goes. See if we can get some fast laps. Try some lines. Well, that's not good. Ooh, too much speed. Too much speed. Wow. Oh, I need to hit the brake there. I was trying not to. That doesn't work. I was trying not to hit the brake. I was trying to be like you, JWRC. It didn't work. Gotta hit the brake there. Gotta. Else this happens. Carry too much speed. You get in that little hole, and you get a traction roll. a nice day today. Cloudy, overcast, a little breezy. It was nice, cool. Yeah, I have to brake there. Had to brake there. Had to brake there. I had to brake there, but that was only because I was messy. Had to brake there. Brake there. Tap the brake. Tap the brake there. I should have tapped the brake up there. It's just a tap before the launch. I needed to brake there. Brake. Tap the brake just to set weight. Tap the brake. Tap the brake. That was tap the brake in the air. Tap the brakes just to set the weight. Whoa! Ooh. Oh, that was nice. Ah, messy. Yikes. That was fast. Eek. Eek. I tried no break. All right. We bring her in. Alrighty. How was that? How'd that go? Don't forget to swap audio. GoPro doesn't cut out. Good. I guess I can shut it off now, huh? For 16 minutes. It worked without a break. That's awesome. So we did something good. How about that? So, what did we learn? Did I do all right on any lines? Anything look okay? Feel okay? How bad did I suck? Let me know. Something? Anything? Chat? I see 5 of you out there. At least. If there's 5 of you out there, somebody's got to comment on that. What did I do wrong? What did I do right? What do I need to do differently? Nope. I'm on storage. Storage that pack. And we'll run this one in a few as everything cools back down. So, how'd we do? How'd we do and what did we learn? Yeah, I'm not heavy on the brakes. We don't like to be heavy on the brakes. That was good though. Oh, hey, I just got an email from the Soda RC guy. Hang on. Let me see what he says. Currently busy with my 1/10th release, but will be in a position to talk to you in about 2 weeks. Hey, how about that? Two weeks. Maybe we'll get a nice discussion about soda shocks. I'm excited. So what's he releasing today? Or now? Let's see if I can bring up my browser window and we'll go and take a look. Yeah. Soda RC. Go. Yes. Oh, is it not available yet? Oh, maybe I just let something slide, huh? Let something slip. I wanted to see if there's a way to get the spreadsheet. Oh, look, looks like Matt Austin was on the No Name RC podcast at some point. That's cool. Can I show results with spreadsheet? Let me take Soda RC. No. Who knows where you can find there's a tuning spreadsheet that exists for these soda shots. I don't know how to find it. Home products, no. Search. I don't know. Setup? No. Sheet? No. I know it exists, but I don't know how to find it. There is a spreadsheet that exists for these shocks, but I don't know how to find it. If anybody knows, send it over. Oh, JWRC told me before. Brian Iders probably has it. Let me send him a note. I have some other interesting news, and I'll share that with you too, and that'll be cool. I can't find that spreadsheet anywhere. Yeah, so I sent Brian a note. Let's see what he has to say. Not a Fed coming through in the clutch? Where? What do you see? There, yeah, there's stuff there. Let me load that up so you can see. Yeah. So there is stuff here, you're right. Like you have this information, but all this stuff comes from a spreadsheet. And someone has the spreadsheet. My understanding is it has like 4 or 5 tabs, and you can put in like what you want, and it'll tell you like what to run and that kind of stuff. I just don't know how to find the spreadsheet. Let me see if I can show you what Brian sent me. Yeah, let me see if I can save this and bring it into soda setup. Save. Then let me see if I can just bring that into Chrome. Sent me. Can you see that? Yeah. So this is again from a spreadsheet that I do not have, but my understanding is that you can like sort of change these variables, and it'll kind of give you what pills to put, or if you put the pills, it'll tell you what your kind of force multiplier is and that kind of stuff. It would be nice to access the spreadsheet. My understanding is there's more information down below on the sheet, like on the symptoms and how to deal with those. So yeah, it would be super nice to have this sheet. I'm gonna see if I can figure out how to get it in between now and 2 weeks from now. If we're actually gonna do like an interview with the soda guys, then it could be maybe I'll just get it from him. Maybe I'll just get it from him. But yeah, I'll have to see if I can find the sheet. I believe there might have been somebody else who had a copy of it. Maybe I'll see if I can get it from them. Somebody told me they had the sheet. I'm gonna see if I can hit them up too. Okay. Let's see what we can learn. Ideally, I'll be able to see. Yeah, I'd like to have that spreadsheet, and that would let me do all kind of stuff, right? Maybe. 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 I'll see what I can find. And I'll share with y'all if I find it. All right. Let me go run a pack. You think? So yeah, let's see if I can get that sheet. What did autocorrect break? Oh, I might have it. Hang on. I might have gotten that spreadsheet just that fast. How about that? Let's see. Check on my email. Oh. Now the question is, how can I edit it? Sheets not cool. I want to bring that sheet in. Setting guide. Can I do that? Open file picker. No, upload. Let me bring in my. There you go. Setting guide. All right. You guys see that? Looks like yes. So there's 3 tabs. One's got the. Okay. So let me see how I set it up. I see I put red at the top or blue at the top. Top insert. Pretty much. I think it's yellow. I think it's blue. I think blue both. And I run yellow, yellow in the middle. And I had red in the front and gray in the back. So interesting. So it's got like more top out zone in the rear. We have 2 grubs in. I wonder if this will update. 2 grubs in. Valves are both clear. I wish there was a selection there. I might have to hack this spreadsheet. See if I can make it better. I believe Matt, owner of Soda, has recommended to take off either rear or front sway bars when using Soda shocks at Thornhill. He's never been to Thornhill, but that was his recommendation to Andrew, who races at Thornhill. If the shocks feel too stiff, take off sway bars. Interesting. I use sway bars. I got 2.6. I didn't try it without. Maybe we should. Maybe we should drop the sway bar and see what happens. But either way, so let's see. Symptoms. Vehicle bucks up in the rear on compression, i.e. hitting a bump. So lighten your oil, lighten your spring. Vehicle pogos, back down. Too much rolling, steers like a pig. Assumes throttle and brake isn't mashed, but front outside tire is overloaded. Yeah. Vehicle doesn't hit the ground on any of the jumps. Too much damping. Right. Let's see what the setups look like. Why is there should be a high grip bumpy? There should be a high grip bumpy. What's that other sheet? Oh, it's just the grubs. Oh, I see. So this is like, okay, I see. So B has like a standard piston, and then C, D, and E show you which pills to use to match those piston types, and which grub screws to put in. That's kind of cool. So if I wanted to match like 5 by 1.5, I'd go blue, purple, blue. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like that. I went 650, 650, 600. Two grubs in, clear, clear. I'll make this one mine. This will be V2. No. Cool. Not to play with this. I might hack on this a little bit because maybe we could change some things and make it a little bit smarter. You can do things with spreadsheets like that. Yeah, not today, but table doesn't mention practice or patience, but both are key. Indeed. I like that. I'll play with that some more. Cool. But yeah, we'll have some bench time with the soda guys. It sounds like here in the not too distant future. And I may have gotten a discount code to order some more sets. I let him know my intention was to buy about 4 more sets since I've got 4 more cars to put them in. Actually, I wonder if I could get a set for my boy's Kyosho. Maybe I'll do 3 Technos and a Kyosho. That could be fun. That could be fun. All right, let me go see about run a pack. Is this one charged? How do I find out? $17.1. I'm just making sure this thing's topped up. No, this will be my last pack for the day. And then I'll probably think about getting out of here shortly. This time, y'all need to keep an eye out on the track and let me know what I'm doing right and wrong. Please, pretty please. We can learn something together. Let me fire up the hat. Yeah, I should run. You want to? Let's do that. YOLO. Let's do that. Let's go without sway bars. Let me find a 1.5 somewhere. I have one somewhere. Without sway bars. This is weird. Maybe I'll take. Take that off. Take that off. I'll take these off entirely, I guess. Take the links off. This feels weird. Go no sway bar at all? What are we thinking? What do you guys think? Is it worthwhile? Get out of there. And Oopsie. There's got to be a better way. Well, I'm just trying to get this screw out and it doesn't want to come out. I'm sorry if I keep getting the hat cam in the way. Let me just lower that camera and then hat cam won't get in the way. How about that? It's just almost at the opening where I can grab it. Oh, come on. Screw does not want to come out. There it goes. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Link out. Sway bar. Okay. Sway bar, link, screws, collar. Okay, that does the front. Is this gonna be bad? This is gonna be bad, isn't it? Did I pop out that other bush? I don't want to lose it on the track. Okay, camera. Uh-oh. Where'd that bushing go? Uh-oh. Can't lose my bush. It just landed and I heard it click on the table, but I don't see it. Stupid bushing. All right, not a big deal. Okay, I have another one. All right. Gotta get this GoPro set up. Go. Tap the power on. I guess I don't really need to take these links out, but it's better than having them flap around. get the hat set up. Set up. Got it. Go. Sweet. No sway bars. It's gonna be weird. It could be awesome. It could be weird. I don't know. What do we think? Come on. There we go. All right. Let's do it. With no sway bar. No sway bar. No sway bar. I'm scared. I mean, I feel I could drive it harder. Yeah. Yeah. Little whip by accident. I love this. Sorry about that. How'd we do? Stop the hat. Moist. What'd you see? What'd you see out there? I'm gonna tell you how it felt as soon as I finish breaking this stuff down. So, no sway bars is better. No sway bars is better. No sway bars is better. I had no idea. It's a good job that I talk to people sometimes, because I wouldn't have learned that otherwise. No sway bars is better. That's crazy. I wouldn't even have tried that, honestly. I mean, like, a lot better. Oh, and I landed my pack right on storage voltage. Yes. Good job, me. Put that away. Yes, no sway bars. I like that. Wow. I'm surprised I like it, but I really like it. It felt better without sway bars than with. A lot better. Like I could be more aggressive. I could get into the throttle more coming out of turns. I could get into the throttle more in turns. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Yeah, that was sick. No sway bars for the win. I wonder what the times were. I can't wait until I can get this thing set up for timing. So if high grip, run no sway bars. It definitely felt faster. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I just ran a pack. And ran a pack. Be more aggressive. try larger sway bar bushings as well for more deadband and an in-between feel. Yeah. So this is another one of the racers out here. He's saying he's got the Soda Shocks too, and he's the one that sent me the spreadsheet. He's saying makes me want to put the Soda Shocks back on his Kyosho and take off the sway bars. Yeah, dude. That was interesting for sure. Excellent. Yeah, that's really cool. So no sway bars with the Soda Shocks. Just felt great. And let me be more aggressive on throttle everywhere, really. I felt like I had more grip on like in mid corner. Like you know, about halfway through the turn, I felt like I had more grip. A little bit more body roll, which I think probably helps that grip, right? We take the sway bars out and they get a little bit more roll. You know, that helps weight transfer, you know, outside when you're turned this way. The body roll helps traction come up on your outside tires. I don't know if you can see that. My camera's too close. Let me move it back up. Yeah, imagine my car's going around and I'm turned this way. Body roll will bring the side down so I get more grip on the outside tires instead of flat trying to have all four tires grip. You can get most of the grip on the outside tires, it feels like. I don't know if that's actually what's happening, but that's what it feels like. Definitely interesting. Definitely worth trying if you've got these shocks. It's weird to see it without a sway bar. The car looks naked. It should have a sway bar. So weird. I like it. I'm gonna leave that just the way it is. Not change anything. That's been our trend here over the course of the last 2 weeks, hasn't it? You guys suggest a change. I make it, go and drive it, and then I like it. I mean, it's pretty fun. I'm learning a lot. We're all learning a lot. We did last week. We moved these standoffs all over the place and messed with those. And we found a setting we like there. This week we're messing with shocks and lines, racing lines. Eventually, we'll be fast. You think? Just takes time. Well, what else should we do? What else should I get into? I don't have any more packs to go. I was really just gonna pack up, I think. Unless you guys have something else for me to mess with. In which case, maybe I'll do that. Oh, do you know, actually, wait a minute. Never mind that. Since I do have some time, let me take care of something while I'm thinking about it. Because I keep forgetting. And and it's a mistake. And that is to take care of this. My starter box. I got this M2C racing setup that's supposed to be like a universal setup. Like I should be able to put my truck and a buggy on here if I want. I have no idea how to set it up. So I think we'll just try to make some sense of it. See what happens. These stoppers, I'm gonna guess Loctite. I'm gonna have to Loctite a bunch of this stuff, right? This kind of makes me nervous. M2C Universal Starter Box Adapter Plates. You think there's a video out there that maybe we could learn from? M2C. Let me see if they have a video out there. I'm thinking that it's really just going to be a matter of copying these locations, but I don't know quite how they go. Looks like which way do these go? They go like this, I guess. But how does the universal piece work, I wonder? Let's see what we can do. What's in this bag? Set up buggy first, then set up truggy. Necessary, use wheel spacers to raise starter box wheel. Use wheel spacers to raise starter box wheel. What does that mean? You can raise this wheel? Oh, look, that's loosened there. Very interesting. I didn't know that. How long has that been like that? Wow. I mean, that's not good. That's not good at all. At least it stayed in there somehow. Jeez. I wonder if I have some screws I can put in there. Let's take this battery out. Completely off. I don't. Let's see if I have some screws for that. Are they going to be M3 or M4? M4 it looks like. Well, that's nuts. Where does it need to be? It needs to be there. So they're saying that I could lift this up somehow. Use wheel spacers to raise the wheel if necessary. But maybe I don't have to. Let me put a screw here. That's crazy. I can't believe I did that. back and put some Loctite. Make sure these don't come out in the future. That's crazy. I didn't even know that was loose. Let's see, does that work? Yeah. Oh, no battery. My Velcro came unstuck. Guess that nitro fuel got in there. Let's stick to the side. Yeah. Okay. That's right in the middle. Set up buggy first. All right. I don't want to wipe that off yet. Let's get this set first. Because I'm going to lose my location if I make a change. Let me grab my chair so I can just sit a little closer here. All right, we need some hardware. All right. Looks like the way is to put these on this and maybe match so the way this was set up, this was here. And so I'm gonna have to get these guys in here. Looks like. Where are those holes? They're like all the way on the inside. Okay. I think. Yeah. It's like we can go in the bottom with a screw and go through these and then come in the top with a nut. Or does it go the other way? It goes the other way, I bet you. Probably the nut goes in this recess. Like that. No, not quite. Like that. Okay, and then should be able to go through that and through that. And nice. Well, I think these are going to have to be on the inside most. Yeah. What do I do with my other? Oh. Let's try that. That's about right. Yeah. I think so. So then we need to run one of these on the bottom of this slot. And we're gonna need 2 countersunk screws, and we're gonna need some thread lock. All right. Ow, that hurt. So where was I? Right there. So all right, let's set up buggy first. Here is a Techno Nitro buggy without a motor, which is actually going to help us, I think. Looks like we get that position, right? That looks like that's where that goes. And then these look like they flip in like that. Perhaps. Let me try that. No, not quite. Oh. I thought maybe these would. Maybe that's the ticket. Maybe I need to have these kicked. I don't know about this. That's good on the front. Question is the truck good on the front? Why is it not? Is that even lining up? No. It needs to be a bit further back. No, it's still not hitting. It just needs to be a touch further back. Let's try that. It's still not hitting. Where is it? It's getting caught on something. Yeah, it needs to go further back. Go forward, forward. No. What am I catching on? I don't understand how this works. Why can't I hit the... I can't hit the flywheel, ever. There it goes. So, from here... Yeah, that's okay. So, can I bring that other one in? No. I don't understand how this works. Well, maybe... I don't know, man. This doesn't want to... Like, the furthest I move this in... Is that on it? No. So it needs to move just a hair forward. Try it there. Still no. At least now. Might be getting the flywheel. Oh, I see. Now I'm starting to see the difference. Maybe this goes in the back. No, can't. I don't understand how this works. Because the buggy B block is narrower than the truck. So it'll flip around in there. But maybe the ticket is to open it up just wide enough that it lets the buggy in there. Something like that, perhaps. But then it needs to come back this way. Let's try that. So that gets the buggy set in the front. And let's see how that works with the truck in the front. Kind of. But not really. Why? Let me take the back off. So now with the back off, what can I see? I just don't understand. No. It's there. Okay. I don't like this. Like, it doesn't go in as far as I think it needs to. I think next, why? It's there, but it's not. This is weird. Like, it needs to come a little bit this way. Does the motor move? I guess I could maybe move the motor over. No, I can't move the motor over. I can move it out. Maybe that's the way. Actually, let me take this pack out. So I want to move it over a bump. This is probably a side effect of that motor coming loose. my guess. Let's try that. Yeah. That moves the motor out. That might get us closer to... Oh, battery. Switch. That's better. Uh-huh. Cool. Let's see if this works. Yeah, buddy. And then, does buggy work? Almost. It needs to turn. Let's see how we do this. Okay. Mm-hmm. There. Then we just need to set up the back. Need some Loctite. Hopefully, I'll never have to do this again. Yeah, I think this is gonna have to be a... We'll have to figure this out. So before, these were here. So they were there. We should be able to what? How does the buggy go from there? It doesn't. Maybe we'll have to bring that back in. Okay. Let me put oh, these are the motor spacers. Uh-huh. We might need those, we'll see. Oh. Maybe do this the other way. All right. My little ears. My 2.5. Cross thread. Okay. Now, set up buggy first. All right, that's not going anywhere in the front. So what we probably want to do is turn these such that they go under the buggy plate. How do we hold the buggy in there though? Is it supposed to hit those maybe? Does that even work? I mean, it's gonna work there, but then it gets stuck. Maybe the answer is Maybe that's the answer. Oh, I see. Yeah, that might be the ticket right there. But I just need to set the back. Oh, right. I need to set that one too. And so this should get me buggy. Pretty much. Maybe the whole thing needs to be slid forward just a hair. Maybe, yeah. Oh. Tell you what. Yeah. I think something like this might be the way. Yeah, let's try that. Five. Right. One thing we can do for sure is lock those down. Not like that. I don't know if that's actually going to work on the truck or not. Let's set that right there. No, that needs to go further back. Or further. Oh, look at you. Okay. From there, I just need to pull these in. Like that. Okay. Now we're just fine tuning. So these need to come, okay. I think this is going to be the way. Like that. But I will need that motor spacer, looks like. Maybe not. But now, let's see if the truck works on there. All right, lock that down. And lock that down. Now, not even close. And it works up the front, but it does not work in the back. Maybe I think the front's going to be okay. It's just a matter of sorting out the rear. Actually, I wonder if there's a way to get the buggy and the truck kind of like lined up, just so. Like, is this a thing? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. You guys. Is that a thing? Does that work? What's that hitting? This there? Okay. It looks like that's the ticket right there. So that works for that. So that's set up for buggy. Okay. Aha. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Is it good close? Yeah. Cool. Yeah. No, stop turning. Yeah. Okay. Cool. But we are going to need to raise this. I hope this doesn't cause trouble. These are just blocks, looks like. Okay. No way to keep these in there. What's the way? Looks like that's the way. Okay. That's one down. That's another screw. Oh, let me get that in the right spot. Okay. And that does the trick, it looks like. You just slide the motor a hair forward. Yeah. See if that does it. Yeah, buddy. Let's see if it works for bug. Yes. Excellent. I like that. Good. What do we think? M2C universal starter blocks plate, maybe for the win. So far so good. Tomorrow, when I come out, we'll fire up the nitro truck again and see if it works. Good. 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 Excellent. Excellent. Cool. M2C universal starter plate. Pretty good. Just took some fiddling to get it set up right. In the end, these corners hold the chassis plate for the buggy, and these hold them for the truck. And then this holds in the front for both. Pretty cool. Totally. Alrighty. I'm gonna clean myself up, pack my stuff up, and get out of here. What did we learn today? We learned about racing lines, apexes. We talked a little bit about how to go faster. And my hands are dirty. This is just rubbing alcohol and water mixture. So yeah, we did some racing lines. We talked about smoother is faster. We didn't actually name that, did we? We did talk about driving without brake and not applying brake. What else? We ran through some laps from last week and did some analysis of my driving so that maybe my driving will improve. Hopefully, everybody learned something and their driving will improve too. That would be ideal. If not, let me know. Tell me I'm dumb and we can figure it out together in the next one. Yeah. What else? Anything else, chat, today? We did lines, did some driving tips, put a sway bar off of my truck or two. We got it on the track. we set up the starter box. Yeah. That's a lot of stuff for one day. All right. Well, I'll set up a stream, not tomorrow, maybe Thursday. Got some personal stuff to take care of tomorrow. We'll see Thursday and maybe Friday. And then there's a race this weekend somewhere. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Either Thornhill or Oatsified, one of the two. I should go to Oats so I can get my new setup board if it's done. Yeah, so keep an eye out for that. Yeah, keep an eye out for the next one. I'll see you in the next. Have a good one. Bye-bye.